Good morning, team. Good morning. Welcome to another stream. So obviously the markets are gapping up quite substantially today. We're seeing the S&P ripping here, IWM ripping, QQQ absolutely flying to the high side, which is why we have been accumulating some long positions. And today is a day for profit taking. All right, let me just get situated here. Yep, I will, let me start up this. I'll start up the Telegram here. SPX chart quickly, less lines on right now. Obviously SPX and SPY are ripping here to the upside. You have Microsoft up 0.12, Apple struggling here, nvidia up another 0.45, Amazon up 0.46, Google up 0.11, Meta absolutely flying here, that's up 1.14%, Tesla up 0.5%. What I am seeing today is you're getting a little bit more broad market participation once again, which is obviously a beautiful thing to see if we want this market to charge higher and higher. Bitcoin trying to hold on to 109 but losing it in the near term. The markets are setting new all-time highs yet again. that is always a positive thing to observe. So I want to take you to the SPY intraday chart. So that 625 SPY confluence zone is coming up very quickly. I didn't expect to hit it this fast. I thought it was going to be maybe next week. But nevertheless, we are absolutely ripping here on SPY. And there is a profit target zone that I'm eyeing up right now. Into this level of SPY, I think I'm going to be unloading some of my FedEx calls today. Those 240 calls are in the money. So I think it's a prudent thing to do is to take profit into the strength. So that is one position I'm eyeing up. Taking profits on FDX. But I think we do have a short setup on SPY. You're getting very extended, a nice negative divergence on the hourly chart. You're into a ton of resistance here. You have this parallel channel on the hourly chart of SPY. You have this previous little trend line of resistance connecting these pivot highs going back all the way to December of 2024, then in January, then in February. So there is resistance up here on SPY. And I like the fact that we're gapping up into this resistance. You can see that trend line of resistance is being tagged right now. We did pierce a little bit higher in the pre-market, so I'd love to see the markets hold some more strength here. That pre-market wick high just below 623, around 622.80. So you can clearly see there's a lot of strength. And why is the market ripping? The market is ripping off of a strong labor market. We got some massive data this morning. You got non-farm payrolls coming in 147,000 versus 111 expectation. The unemployment rate consensus was 4.3%. It came in lower at 4.1%. Absolute resiliency under this Trump administration. He's going to be taking so much credit. Now, initial job loss claims came in at 233,000 versus 240K expectations. So, look what it's doing to the Dixie, right? A strong labor market absolutely ripping this Dixie. The Dixie here, US dollar, is breaking out of a short-term hourly chart inverse head and shoulders. I was hoping to go along the dollar. I was looking for a little bit lower. There's still a chance that it can go a little bit lower. Typically the dollar gets faded in this massive downtrend, but there's a chance that we can head all the way to 97.95 on the US dollar. Let me turn this music down. So there's a chance that we can head all the way to about 97.95 on the US Dixie here. But a strong breakout candle on the US dollar today on the back of very strong employment data. You look at the 10-year yield, that spiked to the high side as well, up 1.33%. So now we're in a scenario, imagine if this again is a massive inverse head and shoulders. That would be absolutely insane. If yields trigger this inverse head and shoulders, oh my god, night for real estate. Thanks, yeah. Yeah, you guys, I always appreciate your feedback. If you ever need music turned down or up, I mean, sometimes I forget to do certain things. There's a lot to manage here. Obviously with the data, the stream, the comments, the portfolio, analyzing charts. Some days I need Adderall. I know a lot of traders take that, but I've never tried Adderall. One of my best friends loves it, but I got enough energy with coffee. Coffee, exercise, and nutrition. Alright, so yields are spiking here. Dollar's spiking. Bart already mentioned gold dumping here. Nice 1.16% down in gold. Silver seeing a little bit of a top wick reversal. WTI crude still looks quite firm. Big sell-off, reversal back to the high side there. So you can see crude oil is defending the $66 level like a champ. We did a nice little video on crude. This is a mother of all trend lines going back to 2021. And crude oil is currently defending price action. You have your prior day high sitting at 66.78. Thank you for the little bit of a new indicator, Bart. We're going to work through it and use his little new indicator that he created. Should identify some opening ranges as well, but nevertheless I am looking at shorting SPY today. Let's look at IWM. IWM is also another one that is into some resistance here. It's a pretty decent range of resistance. But you can see it's gapping up, testing this wide range red bar almost at the top of this resistance channel. So I do like IWM as well for a potential little fade opportunity, especially when interest rates are moving up a little bit more. IWM has had a really solid move to the upside. So I think that it's also due for a bit of a sell-off. I just want to note something here. Let's erase that fib zone. Let's take away that channel. And there was a previous little bear flag of consolidation zone, kind of here. Let's see where this would take us. Yeah, you can see that previous little bear flag on the Russell, IWM, could push us to the top of that range around 224 maybe, give or take. But again, the equity markets are setting up, I think, for a nice short setup, especially off of this gap up. I mean, there might be some better plays shorting individual names versus the indices, but I know a lot of us like to trade the indices, whether it's 0 DTEs, options specifically. Always there's generally a lot of opportunities, but I do think there's a short setup in SPY. I want to see SPY push up higher though. I want to see it retest that kind of that pre-market higher, at least get into the 622 zone, and I'm very interested. Alright, let's run through some individual charts because there is quite a bit happening here in the pre-market. Quite a bit happening here. Some individual names. I'm still holding that CNC from yesterday down, still sharply on the position. It's trying to find a little bit of life right now. Alright, so TripAdvisor is making a move here. TRIP making a strong gap up on the session, closing on 15, now trading at 16.25. That is shaking and moving this morning. The question is, where is it going? Right away I can see this channel here. So that's your breakout channel. Maybe that's where you want to go. Maybe you want to take this to about 1760. Let's see if there's any other areas worth noting. So it's a really stunning breakout out of a long-term trend line. Yeah, TripAdvisor is probably going to about 18 bucks before it runs into some really solid resistance. I wouldn't even try to short this yet. I would not even try to short that yet. That's more of a long continuation off of pullbacks. DDOG, Datadog, also gapping up. Is there news on DDOG? What's the news on DDOG? Datadog will replace Juniper Networks in the S&P 500 on July 9th. Boom! Monster move. So let's see what Hood is doing. Hood has obviously been ripping on the back of expectations it's going to be added into the S&P as well. But the only reason I think Datadog got included, well, Juniper Networks, there's also potentially HPE. One of these companies might be removed due to the conglomerate, the consolidation. So we'll have to watch to see if there's any more additions to the S&P 500 and exclusions. But yeah, DDOG absolutely flying here. This is another name that's going to continue to get some bullish bias. Really, I only see resistance around 164. I mean, you got some top wick resistance here at 153, but if the market remains firm, this stock can still keep trending. You know, you got your gap fill. There's a potential aggressive short at a pierce of this gap fill. There's a potential there. Let's just see what else we have. Yeah, that's into a nice 618 retrace zone. So if you want to take DDOG at the gap fill or a pierce of the gap fill for a short, that could potentially work out. Let's see what else we have moving here. Veralto, Cable 1, nvidia Inc. Cadence Designs seeing a little bit of volume in the pre-market, so that ticker is CDNS. Upside spike. Trying to break out of a nice... Wow, this actually chart is gonna boom, guys. Oh my goodness. How didn't we see this one before? This chart, look at this breakout zone on CDNS. Holy. This thing is looking like a monster in the making. Resistance, 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 resistance. 5 resistance levels. We're now testing that off of a breakaway gap. Whoa. If this thing breaks this resistance, just some simple box analysis, previous range trading analysis, I mean, once this breaks into new all-time highs, I mean, $429, just based off of some previous range resistance. Oh. Obviously, it hasn't broken out yet, but it's looking very, very strong. Been in this range for quite a long time here. Since 2024, it's had multiple attempts at breaking out. Every single attempt that's failed has had huge washouts, which tells me that if we break through this range, this thing is going to absolutely fly to the high side. Cadence Design System shares rose 5.9% to $329 and change after the U.S. lifted export restrictions on chip design software to China, allowing the company to restore access for customers. Pretty bullish news. 84 billion market cap. Yeah, this one's absolutely looking to fly. This is a huge, huge breakout level. Massive. If you can get through that, I mean, look at this inverse head and shoulders on the weekly chart, guys. This is a monster in the making. If it can hold this breakout, $420 upside target. Guys, we better keep that one on watch for the next couple weeks, because there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of potential power and upside move left in this. We're talking about a 30% move left in the tank probably over the next 12 months. I might even take some farther dated call options, just get involved in this name, because that's looking pretty decent from a technical long standpoint. As long as it can hold this gap up and breakout, we'll see it. Alright, SNPS is also seeing some volume in the pre-market. As always, feel free to put some tickers in the chat box. I can only scan the market with my 2 eyes just as fast as you all. So we're here as a collective, a team, to make money, find opportunities, execute trades. All right, SMPS is another one that's been on our watch list. It's breaking out of that inverse head and shoulders. I've just never ever pulled the trigger on a long position. But it's also looking pretty good. Yeah, this one's a strong mover. This is gonna play catch up to pretty much once it starts to trend SMPS. It's gone through this huge consolidation range, but once it starts to break out of this choppy range, I mean, you apply some measured moves. This one likes to move in symmetry. There's a lot of measured moves that's happened back in the past where this stock can absolutely fly to the upside as well. Synopsis. Interesting. Very, very interesting. All right, let's see what else we got moving here. Wolf speed again up 7.36%. Ticker Wolf. WOLF. This one's still trying to find a base at these lows and trying to press higher. Hyatt Hotels, that's seeing a little bit of downside price. Actually, no, it's perking back up. That's back up. PKO. Hood. All right, let's look at some of the usual suspects here for mega caps. Nvidia, obviously still trading at the high of this range. Nvidia wants to go to 170 plus. And then basically off of the bigger inverse head and shoulders target, we don't even want to discuss that number yet because that one's insane. Insane. All right, Tesla, let's look at Mr. Tessie. We are obviously long and strong Tesla off of that big gap down. Huge pump yesterday off of inventories. This name is looking to finally fill its gap and pressing higher, guys. We are looking strong on Tessie. Anyone that didn't have a dip and buy yesterday, that was your entry on Tesla to get long. But it seemed like a nice little orchestrated pump and dump. They dumped Tesla on, but just right ahead of inventories to scare people out of their long positions. We come swooping in, boom. Get a little bit lucky, but you got to take your shots off of technical levels, and that's certainly what we did. But Tesla, I mean, we took those 340 calls for September, and they're absolutely ripping. Absolutely ripping. We're almost halfway there to our strike zone, so I like to see that. And there's a lot of time left on those contracts. So I still remain net bullish on Tesla. I wouldn't try shorting this name. Got a lot of coiled momentum. I mean, your first aggressive short level, if it were to push all the way up to 327 today, that would be the only level I would consider shorting Tesla. And it would have to be pretty much a straight shot trend with no sort of intraday bull flags forming or minimal consolidation. Billy, I see your ticker there. What is Billy looking at? Ticker NTLA for a longer term play. Yeah, we could take a look at that. I'll just run through the rest of these mega caps. Google. So there's some positive news on Google, guys. This is a bit of a fundamental shift. So it's comparing AI narratives with Google, Microsoft. So Gemini versus ChatGPT. So Gemini only got about 500 million searches, whereas ChatGPT has had about 5.6 billion. So ChatGPT, Microsoft, is clearly destroying Google, which is kind of an odd phenomenon because you have Google, which is the largest browser search engine in the world, which gets roughly, I think it was 90 billion in searches, which is crazy. So what Google's now starting to incorporate is they want to put directly in the browser their AI search engine. So if they can at least filter in some of that traffic from their regular search engine history, that should absolutely explode their AI business and search engine growth. And I think that Google has a lot of potential here. Also coiling a very large inverse hourly chart inverse head and shoulders pattern. You break this flat top neckline, and again, flat top necklines are generally more rare with inverse head and shoulders because it signifies a true double top, which got rejected, but you've had a beautiful pullback. This one could easily push to 200, guys. I like Google a lot. I really, really like Google. So we'll have to keep that on watch, okay? Meta, obviously we are long Meta. I'm still looking for Meta to potentially push all the way up to 760. I'm just hoping it does it in quick succession, but it is off to a really flying start this morning. So I still like Meta a lot. I still think Meta is going to push new all-time highs. And this was actually a funny thing. I was getting my eyes checked yesterday, speaking to my optometrist, and basically right beside me was the Meta AI smart glasses, and they're onto their second version. And I got to pick them up, try them on, feel them out. But I was speaking to the optometrist, and they're actually all sold out of them, their second version. Lens Crafters, a very big chain. They're all sold out. So right now, Zuckerberg is being very aggressive in his development, pushing AI, pushing heavy bonuses to garner and strategically form a large, sophisticated team. So he's always trying to stay a bit ahead of the curve. I think we've seen that with the Ray-Ban and Meta AI smart glasses, and the fact that they're all sold out on their second version and they're still showing demand and orders is a very positive sign for their stock, showing that their R&D is slowly paying off. And that's the question, will their R&D in AI keep paying off? I think they are positioned to keep trending here. Their revenue growth is phenomenal. Just charting their revenue and profit, it's growing in the right direction. So I think Meta is well positioned to keep growing. Right now their market cap is, well, 1.79 trillion. I think they're easily going to hit around 2.5 trillion. Probably they could even do that by the end of the year. So I'm very bullish Meta. All right, let's look at Amazon. Amazon's also another one, again, as they keep incorporating more robotics into their warehouses. I think I was reading an article the other day that they now have about 1 million robots. I think they have about 1.5 million employees and 1 million robots, and one robot replaces about 25 employees apparently, which is absolutely mind-blowing. I mean, the more robotics and sophistication they get into their business model, just going to increase their business efficiency. So Amazon is still crazy, and what's interesting about Amazon is you have basically Jeff Bezos right now absolutely dumping shares. He has been selling relentlessly, over 700 million. And I mean, he's got a wedding coming up that he's planning with his wife, so he's been partially distracted selling shares. But once that's out of the way, I think this one's also going to boom and basically push to new all-time highs. So this stock market is still looking very, very strong. But there will be some short levels and taking profits along the way, that's for sure. Anonymous saying, listen to Joe Rogan this morning. Some dude went on about Zuck having long-term perspectives and AI replacing the digital domain as opposed to monitors in the coming decade. I'll appreciate that, Anonymous. I'll give it a listen. That's some good food for thought. Yeah, you know, Zuck is young. Remember that. He's involved in many different things. He's always trying to push things. He is a visionary. Augmented reality, very cool. Thank you. Okay, so it wasn't okay, yeah, yep, beautiful. That's a huge potential market. That is a huge potential market. And honestly, I mean, with their glasses, it's only going to get better. I felt them. They're a little heavy. They're more of a man's glasses. That's what also the optometrist said, that she doesn't really want to actually wear them because they're a little bit bigger and bulkier. But as the tech gets better and better, I mean, the camera will get better. The AI will get better. The frames will get better. I mean, but it was pretty impressive to see. But I mean, if he gets dominating the AR augmented reality market, I mean, that's a huge market share up for the taking, right? So I appreciate that information there, Anonymous. So Amazon's still looking bullish as well. All right, Apple right now, what's so funny is the markets are gapping up, S&P, Qs, IWM. What's happening to Apple? The inverse stock of the market falling. But this is healthy for Apple. Apple's actually testing this range that I've been looking at for quite a long time. And basically right now at the high of the range off of a 3-bar surge on the daily chart breakout, this should pull back and consolidate for the next move up. Once we get some consolidation off of this zone, you know, maybe even a pullback to the gap here around 207, then Apple's ready for a next leg up to about 225, 224, and see that downsloping trend line. So I'm still bullish Apple. It's chopped a lot of people up and out in this range. I've lost money on some short dated calls, but our longer dated calls, Jan 16th, 225 calls are absolutely printing. We entered basically back down here off the low of this range. And as of now, we are positioned to make money on those call options, and we still have some time. Apple, once it breaks out of this range, as you can see, it's been a big SR zone, then we should see Apple start to push quite sharply higher. So I still like Apple, but it is that inverse stock of the market, so to speak, right now. Let's look at Bitcoin, because BTC is obviously another long that we've been absolutely bullish on. It is running into a little bit of resistance today. It's had that spike higher, but with the Dixie and yields firming up off of the strong labor market data, we are seeing Bitcoin under a little bit of pressure. But Bitcoin is trying to stage this inverse head and shoulders breakout. It's not really a clean one that a lot of people are observing, but it's there. It's there, guys. And we're bounced off of that 20-day. I still remain bullish. I still think BTC is heading to about 115 on the charts. Yeah, 220 is big resistance, that's for sure. You talking about Apple, Sarfraz? Yeah, 220 is big resistance for sure. Absolutely. Yes, sir. 100%. All right, so it's going to be tough to day trade off of gap ups. Again, I'm more inclined to short the S&P today. Let's look at miners today, because we'll see if, excuse me, if GDX is seeing any sort of distribution at the moment. GDX might be a short in this zone, guys. That one could be a swing short. BBAI ripping, yeah, so yeah, it's ripping. It's ripping. So those put options probably open up a little bit nastier, but we'll see. I am expecting very shortly. Maybe they keep the market strong into July 4th, and then perhaps next week, that's when there's more profit taking. Obviously, it's a shortened trading week, so remember the indices are closed tomorrow. So keep that in mind. But I think that the markets are into a ton of resistance here. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a potential gap and crack today where the markets open green, strongly green, and then they fall lower. So just keep that in mind. I'm actually looking to pare back some profits. I mean, nice move on ASTS today. That's a name that we entered yesterday, and our $47 calls are already in the money. So those are literally going to be flying to space, rocket ship to the upside. So beautiful back test of support yesterday. We went long. That is absolutely shaking moving this morning. VKTX, still absolutely bullish on this name, even though it had a really large pullback yesterday. I'm still very, very bullish on VKTX. But I am looking to exit and take profits on my FedEx calls, guys. Look at this beautiful 3-bar surge on the daily right into a gap fill. I am looking to take profits on my FedEx 240 calls. Okay. So those ones should open up over, I believe, 100%. Should. No, actually they won't, but they won't open up. But our 250 calls for September are looking really nice. So I'm still bullish on FedEx. We're just rolling out of the July 25th 240s. Gonna trim some profit there. I'll probably exit all of them because I do think the markets are a little extended here. and into some decent resistance. But I'm still bullish. I still think by September, if not sooner, FedEx will be at 250. So we still are riding two different strike zones and date periods. I would consider, off of a pullback, getting into an additional 240 strike zone on FedEx if we were to pull back significantly here. Call it back to 232. But I'm going to look to trim those contracts at the open, guys. The 240 calls. But still holding the 250s. Alright, what else we got going on? XYZ. That one is almost tapping that 70. You can see the $70 calls went in the money yesterday on Block, Square, XYZ. So that name is still acting very, very well. Let's see the setting here. Alright, I think I just updated it. There you go. Thanks, Bart. Yep, I should be good now. Alright, let's keep scrolling through the charts here. We got 13 minutes left. Look at Marvell. Sorry for saying 253 looks good on FedEx. Yep. We'll look at Marvell here. Whoa, I didn't even see that yesterday. That absolutely dumped, guys. Alright, let's reevaluate things here. I'm just going to start fresh on this indicator. Holy. How did that dump yesterday? Did news hit the tape? That's crazy. We absolutely crushed it. I didn't see that. Whoa, man. Nice observation, Surfers. Yeah, so this one's actually somewhat interesting again. Wow. I did not even see that. Yeah, we might have a trade on this name. We might have a trade on this name, guys. Marvell again. Let me just do some work on this. Just want to see a couple things. It's a little tricky though, Marvell now. Very tricky here. It's not as strong as it once was. Yeah, that's crazy. We dumped the stock. We freaking crushed it yesterday and now it's dumped. That's insane. So the thing that I don't like about Marvell is it pierced this neckline, but you're currently trading above it. So I think that the risk to reward lies here where I think we can go long off of Marvell here at the $75 level, $74.87. But if we lose this lower wick, I mean, you're looking for a move down to gap. So it is an aggressive buy zone on Marvell. I'm going to keep this one on watch. I might consider taking on a stab. See, the only problem with this name is that it failed to make a higher high. You lost that inverse head and shoulders neckline. Does look like it wants to go lower in the overall trend. So it's a bit scarier now. It's a little bit scarier. Not as healthy of a chart. It's amazing how one day can change price action. I was so bullish on it yesterday, which we caught this nice little 2-hour move. and then it absolutely cratered. I'm surprised. I am truly surprised at that. Wow. I'm just doing a couple other things here on my chart. I'm still maybe interested in it, guys, but just give me a second here. Yeah, 74. Yeah, 74 is really good support. I see 74.12 on Marvell. Really good support. 74.12, 74.10. So if we got to retrace a little bit lower, guys, even here is pretty decent. I mean, there is some support here. I'm not going to lie. There's definitely some support here. Let's see what the intraday pattern looks like. So let's see what this 5-minute chart looks like. So prior day low, that's bearish that you're under that. Basically, we're trying to put in a, so here you have your low, another lower low. Now we're spiking up, creating a potential little higher high. If we get a pullback into the 74.40, maybe even fill the gap, then you could potentially have this mini right shoulder. So I would be more inclined to go long this stock if we get a pullback and then a rounding right shoulder formation. So that's how I would play this one. I wouldn't chase it personally off the open here. It is gapping up, but I would look for a bit of a pullback and then a continuation. That's how I'm interested in Marvell. So keep Marvell open, because if it retraces and fills that gap and goes to about 74.20, maybe even 74 bucks, 74.10, I would consider it for a long trade again. I would look to get into off of this level 75 calls, maybe even 76 calls for next week. Yeah. So that's the plan, guys. If Marvell can fill its gap, maybe go slightly negative, I would look to enter some next week calls. All right, let's look at SBET for Sarfraz here. Yeah, breaking out of another little intraday bull flag. Wow, this one's such a tough mover. I mean, why are the gambling stocks pumping? What sporting event is happening? Usually I'm all over sports, but is there anything major happening right now? I can't really think of anything. Do they have news? SBET? Sharplink gaming shares rise after expanding Ethereum treasury reserve. Oh, okay. So they're getting into the crypto exposure. Interesting. Yeah, Ethereum is the hot talk right now in the actual finance community. Look at this failed breakdown. Boom, now it's having a bullish reversal. Yeah, it looks somewhat interesting. SBET is a tough name to trade. I mean, realistically, if you can get a close on, say, the 15 or 30-minute chart above this key pivot zone called 1344, then it does look like it can potentially trend higher. I know everyone's eyeing this gap. That's such a long way for this stock, but you really need to see price action hold above this key pivot zone. So that is the area. We also have FSLR doing wonders today again. We're riding the 190 calls. Still got time on those contracts. We're only about 12 bucks away. AI is making another gap up today, pushing firmly on the session. Tesla almost up 1%. But beautiful move in ASTS today, guys. This is one that could absolutely run to the upside. Our $47 calls for next week are already printing. Already printing, guys. We entered off of this 45.10 level. Nice little breakout. Very good move. Very, very good move. Where I think ASTS is probably heading to. You might get a profit taking back testing this channel, but I think it heads to at least 51 bucks, maybe if not higher. Alright, so again, to sum things up quickly, really what I'm looking at off of the open is taking profits on my FedEx calls. That's the swing trade with members. Taking profits on the 240 calls. They're gapping up significantly in the money today. You're right into this gap fill. That is an aggressive short on FedEx. I'm still bullish FedEx. Just keep that in mind. I still have the 250 calls for September, mid-September. But I am taking profits on my 240s for late July. Again, this is an aggressive zone to short on FedEx. You're on a 3-bar surge on the daily, gap fill, very extended intraday off of a gap up, but I'm more inclined to short the S&P here, guys. So SPY is actually looking like a top short. I love to see it pushing higher here. I really, really like to see that. So I'm going to tune you into 2 charts here, but I am interested in shorting the S&P 500. Let's flip back on Tesla as well. We'll watch that name. Tesla's obviously doing really, really well. And then Marvell's on watch for a long. If it pulls back, fills its gap to the downside, I would consider going long. So what I think we could happen is today a half trading day. I don't even, is today a half session on the markets? It might be, right? Or is it a full trading session? Yes, it looks like it is. Thank you. Anonymous saying you can check by looking at TradingView intraday. Okay, good to know. 1 p.m. cutoff. Very cool. So again, I've got a Marvell window open. SPY, I'm looking to take some SPY puts off of the open. I'm looking to close my FedEx. Let's get ready here. So in terms of SPY, I'm looking at taking 622 puts. Just keep in mind, it's a shortened trading session. So Theta will be a monster today. But Tesla looking very, very solid. But the markets are into a wall of resistance here. So again, I'm looking at SPY 622 puts. Looking at Marvell calls, if we dip lower, all right. $22.0 DTEs on SPY, as well as trimming FedEx, guys. All right, contracts are opening up around 72 cents on SPY. All right, guys, high risk. I'm short SPY here. 65-cent fill. 65-cent fill. It's super, super aggressive. Super aggressive. FedEx is $5 in the money. Beautiful. ASTS, guys, absolutely ripping to the moon here. ASTS $47 calls have printed. Meta seeing a little bit of top wicks. SPY's still ripping here. Very strong price action. As I exited my ASTS calls, beautiful, all out of ASTS. Seeing some top wicks on Tesla here, Meta. Face is still strong. Meta up 2%. Still shaking and moving there. Seeing a little bit of red starting to appear on the screen. Tesla's trying to go potentially negative. Apple's flat. Bitcoin's still trending here. Circle's moving up nicely, guys. Here comes SPY. Come on, SPY. Take us back down. Yeah, BBAI is ripping here, guys. BBAI is ripping. All right, guys, it just took a second fill here on SPY 622 put. Got filled at 49 cents. Just be careful here, guys. Be very careful here. I think these markets can potentially see some downside. One o'clock. 1 o'clock. Trading session ends. All right, so we're seeing first solar up 7%, ripping. Natural gas slightly green, Bitcoin doing well, Tesla up 0.5%, Netflix slightly green. We took profits on ASTS. Still looking to trim FedEx. Circles shaking and moving, guys. Alright guys, I just sold my FedEx 240 call. All out. All out of my FedEx 240 call, guys. Beautiful gap up there on FedEx. Beautiful. Still holding the 250s, but way farther strike date. Let's look at Marvell here. Yeah, Marvell's still holding some bullish structure. Let's look at nvidia. nvidia's still acting okay. Apple trying to come in. BBAI. That name's still doing quite well. Look at CRCL, guys. We're long. We took an entry yesterday. CRCL, we're looking for a move into the 200 zone. That could happen today. We did take profits on ASTS off of the open. Almost a double on that position. But this is another long continuation move. Just looking for the markets to dip here. My average on SPY, 622s. Sitting at 57 cents. Oh, we've taken some nice amount of profits off of the open here, guys. Really solid profits yet again on the swing trade side. Bitcoin ripping up 610. Look at CRCL, guys. This thing is moving, shaking and moving to the upside. Monster. Monster. Come on, SPY. Give us a dip. We're riding the 622 puts. Come on. Let's look back at Tessie. Tessie's struggling here, right at that gap fill. Come on, SPY. Give us a dip. BBI up 7.4%. Lucid, SBET's come in. Hood's down 3.5%, guys. So I know we were discussing shorting Hood yesterday. I can't remember who brought it up, but whoever shorted Hood at those highs might have been anonymous, but whoa, nice dip there on Hood. Nice dip. Amazon's doing well. Cypher's up 11. QBTS seeing some strength. Nvidia's still up 0.7. Look at Bitcoin, guys. Our IBIT calls are printing. Bitcoin is just ripping faces here, guys. Look at IBIT. Oh my goodness gracious me. What a monster move. IBIT breaking out of an inverse head and shoulders on the 4-hour chart. Hourly chart is already broken out. Things are looking pretty interesting for crypto here, guys. I must say. Really interesting. Tesla's about to go negative, guys. Tesla's going negative. Alright, SPY's starting to curl down here, guys. SPY is curling down. Let's look at Apple. Apple looks like a potential short with using these wicks as a stop loss. Come on, SPY, take us down. Nvidia seeing some top wicks. can see SPY running into a bit of resistance here. Nice, SPY's coming in, guys. SPY is coming in. Come on, SPY. Give us another dip. Ryan saying Hood call looks good right now. Just be careful about Hood because it's not included in the S&P. There was some momentum and speculation that Hood was going to be included in the S&P 500, but instead Juniper got removed and, it's escaping me. What stock just got added? Now I can't even remember. I lost my train of thought. But anyways, Hood didn't get included. Another stock did. I can't believe it's escaping me right now. Look at SPY, guys. Come on down. Beautiful. Beautiful, guys. These calls are printing so far, but I want more. I think we can be patient here for a little bit more. We've taken profits on FedEx. Oh my god, our FSLR 190 calls are almost in the money. Holy. Alright, I might have to trim here, guys, on FSLR. That's absolutely a monster. What a monster. I just exited all of my FSLR calls. I just sold all of my FSLR 190 calls. I will re-enter off of a potential consolidated pattern lower. We're starting to see CNC from yesterday wake up here. CNC is trying to push up here on the 15-minute chart. But I'm all out of FSLR. Really stunning move. Almost 100% on that trade. Almost 100%, but not quite. Tesla's trying to dip lower here. It is negative on the session. We still have ENPH calls that are doing quite well here. So again, I think they're probably going to keep markets a little bit buoyant. I still think there's some downside today, but I'm trimming into this July 4th. I'm trimming into this Independence Day strength because there's a lot of stocks that have had astronomical moves. Yeah, we still got the EMPH $50 calls for September 19th. I'm not going to trim those. Those ones are very strong. ENPH right now is absolutely flying as well. I still like ENPH to go higher, so you're getting a bullish crossover of the 7 and 20 on EMPH. It's looking pretty strong. Let's look at Google. Google's negative on the session. This is actually a potential little buy area for Google. Let's look at IWM. IWM's also starting to see a little bit of top wick selling on IWM, guys. So we'll see if IWM leads this market. We'll see if any sort of sell side pressure wants to hit the tape. Guys, Circle's still ripping. Let's look at BBAI again. That one's starting to reverse here, guys. BBAI looking to go negative. Home builders really struggling today on the back of higher rates. Come on, SPY. Break it lower. Whoops. Look at our CRCL, guys. Absolutely ripping here. Circles ripping. We entered that yesterday. Another swing trade, just printing to the high side. SPY still acting very well here. Still looking to keep trending here. Tesla dipping some more, guys. That's troublesome for Tesla. I'm starting to see some red on the screen. You're getting the markets staying a little bit buoyant because of individual megas, but starting to see a little bit more sell side pressure hitting the tape. Again, we've taken all profits on FSLR. Took profits on FedEx calls. I took profits on ASTS. Circle's still absolutely flying here. ASTS, what a nasty reversal on ASTS. Glad I got out of that name in profit. MRVL. Ooh, MRVL, guys, coming into our pre-market game plan here, guys. MRVL. This one could potentially go negative. I was hoping that SPY would be dipping simultaneously with Marvell. We're not seeing that right now, but again, we'll see what happens here. Natural gas still doing well. That's up 1.28%. Let's see, crude oil. WTI crude still just consolidating. How are energy stocks doing this morning? Marvell SPY, another high of day. Woof, breakout. Monster move on SPY. Monster move on SPY. They're absolutely keeping this market ripping to the high side. Look at IBIT running, guys. We pretty much picked the low off of this IBIT entry there. Let's look at SPY again. SPY's still phenomenally elevated here. We'll see what happens. I still think we can get a nice dip in the markets. We have shot through absolute resistance. You're trading very extended up here intraday. Marvell coming in some more. Apple just punched through the high side there, making a high pivot breakout. BBI still holding steady. Tesla making a nice little reversal. Monster move still. Guys, we're up over 100% on our Bitcoin, our IBIT calls. We're up over 100%. Still no pullback in SPY. So I'm down on my put options right now. Still gonna hold through this pain, see if we can get a little bit of a pullback. Tesla looking a little bit weaker here. Thank you, JP. Oracle still strong. SPY's just a monster. Ripping. Teladoc seeing a little bit of distribution today. Starbucks slightly negative. Meta's still up about 1.2%. Seeing some top wick distribution on Meta. Alright, BBI looks like it's going to come in now. If the market comes in, BBI is going to come in hard, guys. Nvidia is still at the highs of its session, up 0.7%. Wow, look at this IREN. What a monster. Up 10% on the session. Alright, SPY coming in a little bit harder. Again, my average, I'm down on my 622s quite substantially. My average is sitting at 57 cents. Yeah, market's still 1 p.m. today. So just keep that in mind. 1 p.m. Hood is getting crushed still. Tesla slightly negative. Cypher up 5. Mara seeing some strength today. Webull trying to catch a pop. SPY spiking here. Whoa, man. I didn't expect SPY to push to the 625 confluence zone just yet. Crazy price action. Tesla coming in a little bit. I did take another swing trade position in SPY. This move's happened a little bit too quick, too fast for my liking. I'm taking July 18th SPY puts. 622 puts on SPY. It's a little bit extended here. We can go to 625. That was my major confluence zone that we've been eyeing up for quite a long time, but SPY's just gone up too quickly here for my liking. We've trimmed a lot of our long positions into the strength. That is the prudent thing to do, guys. We still have long exposure. We're still net long, but I have trimmed a lot of my long positions, taken a great deal of profits into this market strength. So I'm just going to warn people that, you know what? Just be careful. They might keep it strong today, but we could easily wake up next week with a little bit of a profit-taking week. Institutions are definitely selling into the strength for now. Individual names are still looking strong, but I think there's a very strong chance of some profit-taking next week, if not today. So First Solar still ripping here, guys, up 10% on the session. 190 calls almost hitting the money. Bitcoin's absolutely flying. Those calls are printing. BBAI trying to put in a daily topping tail, still positive on the session. How's Rocket Labs doing today? That's still holding up okay. Markets are still printing to the high side right now. Apple's up 0.36. Natural gas taking a nice bid higher here. Trying to recapture some key levels on nat gas. Hourly chart RSI trading at an 83.15. There is a negative divergence. None yet really on the 5. Daily chart, small divergence. But what an extension move to the upside. Monumental move. Monumental move. Crazy. Monster move in FedEx. Those absolutely printed. Circle taking a little bit of a breather, but still up about 5.2%. Imagine they took this market all the way back down to gap. That would be crazy. Crazy. SoFi back up to the 1846 level. Palantir catching a nice bid. That's up 1.82. Rigetti going slightly negative. Mara up 0.62. Intel up a couple percent. Cypher, what a move on Cypher. Man, that's a parabolic chart in the short term. Tesla's back to the green side, just ever so slightly. SBET, that's up 6.2% on the session. Still, SBET is below that level that we talked about, guys, so you have to be a little bit cautious with this name. It's still struggling at these previous little pivot zones. But I mean, the talk of the town is going to be crypto, guys. Look at Bitcoin, new all-time highs coming up. Absolutely nailed the bottom on those IBIT calls. Stunning. Absolutely stunning, guys. Those IBIT calls are up over 100%. We picked the low. $64 calls incoming. Bitcoin upside target 115,000. This now sets up on the Bitcoin daily chart. We've had that bullish engulfing candle right off of the 20-day moving average. You're getting some follow through today breaking out. This is going to set up likely a 3-bar surge on the daily chart of BTC. Very, very good price action. Starting to see that CNC firming up at the lows here. Again, this was a bad entry yesterday. Should have used some stop losses. Sitting at 36.95, but this is the most oversold CNC has ever been as its stock market history, both on the daily and the weekly chart. Last time it had this epic fall, it's on 11% pop the following week, so I still think that there's some optimism there. Let's look back at CRCL. That's seen some profit taking off of the open. Should have stuck to our game plan on Marvell. Marvell dipped into that negative territory, filled the gap. Look at that wick up on Marvell. Quite crazy. Still think come a little bit lower, especially if we see SPY start to dip, which we are. I still think SPY can easily come back down to 621.80. That's where I have that major resistance zone on SPY. You can see the zone that I'm looking for SPY to retest is this upsloping trend line from pivot high back in December 2024 last year, pivot January, pivot February. That's where I could see SPY come all the way back down to, guys. We are starting to see some rejection here. Names like Tesla are seeing a little bit of distribution floating between negative to positive. Bitcoin's still a monster right now. Ripping higher. BBAI still catching a bid, trying to recapture that prior day high. Apple still looks firm here, trying to push above prior day. Nvidia still holding steady. AMD slightly lagging there. Micron strong on the session. Amazon, that's still holding above prior day high. So look at Mr. Google. Google lagging a little bit, negative on the session. IWM still holding steady here. 10 a.m. data, ISM services. Look at the Dixie. Getting absolutely smoked to the downside on the DXY, guys. New highs there on SPY. SPY's absolutely flying here. Do they want to tap that 625 confluence zone? Perhaps, but the Dixie absolutely crumbled under pressure there, guys. Yields are still holding steady. Let's look at gold again. Gold's just floundering sideways, but it has had a pretty decent bid off of the lows. Markets are absolutely pumping still. Apple's trying to rip higher. Tesla back to the green side. SPY still pumping. Bit of a Goldilocks scenario here. Look at SPY ripping faces here. Microsoft up 1.2%, nvidia up 1%, Meta up 0.9%, Google still lagging, Tesla slightly green, XO1 up 0.5%, AMD slightly lagging, Snapchat taking a bit of a pause, crude oil's negative. Look at this market just pumping to the high side. Bitcoin testing 110,500 and pushing. FedEx seeing a little bit of selling off of that top zone. Starbucks trying to make a move to the positive side. Huge push in these equity markets. Huge push. I mean, listen, this is a very strong, it's a short-term pump because all of the data has been absolutely perfect. Whether it's a little bit rigged, maybe, but nevertheless, this is what's in front of us. We are trading bullish price action. We have been absolutely bullish on the swing trading side. I think the day trading side, we're very long in the tooth up at these levels. Yeah, my puts, not for now. I mean, we'll see. 0DTs can change very quickly. You get a 15-minute sell candle or an hourly chart sell candle, you'll be surprised how fast these puts can. I'm down right now, but these are the nature of 0DTEs. But this market is in a very strong bullish uptrend. There will be sharp pullbacks, but these moves happen viciously and violently as people are underpositioned. We've trimmed a great deal of profits over the last couple days on the swing trade side. Andrew King saying Meta is ugly. Yeah, Meta coming in hard there, guys. So potentially backtesting this breakout trend line. Yep, Meta coming in pretty hard, Andrew. Good observation. But SPY's still ripping face here, guys. And if you look at why, Microsoft, look at Microsoft. My oh my. Strong intraday price action. Looking at Apple. Apple's showing beautiful bullish price action into a lot of resistance up here. But these markets are ripping face. Markets are in parabolic fashion. I still think we're going to see a pullback. If not today, then it will likely be next week after July 4th Independence. A lot of resistance up here. New all-time high. Look at this parabolic breakout move, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pretty much consecutive green candles. Crazy. I mean, this was a small down day of 0.03%. That was a positive day. So really it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 9 rally candles to the upside in the S&P 500. Brilliant. And we have trimmed huge profits on the swing trading side. Just today alone, FedEx, ASTS, some of the big winners, FSLR printed, CLF yesterday 134%. Beautiful push. But don't be surprised if we run into some overhead resistance. Smart traders and investors are selling into the strength. I do think late chasers, if you haven't been net long this market, really since this lower retest here, or even this initial pullback into the channel, there's a lot of late chasing that could get punished here. Maybe they want to tap that 625 confluence zone. It looks like it. Apple seeing a little bit of selling. Valero, that's moved quite sharply higher. China stocks under a bit of pressure. Alibaba. I've been eyeing up some China equities. They haven't really been performing. I've been looking at more like Baidu. BIDU. That one looks a little bit constructive to move higher. How's IWM doing? IWM right back to the highs. IWM is right back to the highs. IWM on the hourly chart is at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is its 8th consecutive hour. I know, I'm tempted to double down as well. I know. 20 cents a contract here. Everything is pretty much in a solid uptrend here. Apple's starting to come in a little bit. Apple's starting to come in. Let's look at Tesla. Tesla just floundering sideways. Nvidia. New all-time highs on Nvidia. Monster mover. Wow. Nvidia is triggering this inverse head and shoulders on the 15 minute. So Nvidia is just starting to break out here. Very, very strong chart. Look at the price action in Nvidia coming in. People are absolutely frothing at the mouth to chase NVDA on the long side. Microsoft going for 500 again. Thank you for that observation. Nvidia is a monster. FedEx starting to see some distribution. Oracle still strong on the session. Tesla's flat to negative. Bitcoin seeing a little bit of selling here, guys. So BTC coming in a touch. Natural gas still looking strong. Nvidia has triggered a 15-minute inverse head and shoulders. You can see it's absolutely printing to the high side here, making new all-time highs yet again with the equity markets. New all-time highs, new all-time highs. Everything is ripping, pretty much everything. But don't be caught with your pants down. If you haven't secured profit in this market, you could be punished. Don't say you weren't warned. It's been crazy trading. One thing I've observed is swing trading isn't the old swing trading. Swing trading is so much faster these days than it once was. The moves are happening at lightning speeds. Crazy. Lightning speeds these moves happen at. But the markets are in this Goldilocks phase. All data has come in picture perfect. And they're trying to keep this market buoyant here. We are a shortened trading session. So Theta is a real monster. Nvidia is still a beast on the session. I still want these circle calls to hit. ASTS is actually retracing here, guys. This is one that could still potentially run higher today and into next week. We took profits pretty much right at the open there, and it's done a full-on retrace. So our $47 call is printed from yesterday's buy, but that's done a full-on retrace. Interesting. I would absolutely take this name long if these markets weren't so frothy up here. You know, if SPY was to see a hard dip, I would consider getting long this name again. Let's look at Marvell again. Yeah, what a solid bounce back up in Marvell. Anyone that caught that. CRNC moving? What's that ticker? CRNC. Yeah, coming in a little bit here. CRNC. IWM into some serious resistance up here, guys. IWM. Members, you already know. Couple new trades on the put side of the indice markets. We took some SPY puts for next week. Sorry, July 18th. We also took some IWM puts for next week. Let's see if we can get some downside. Nice resistance on IWM here. Really solid resistance. Hitting the tape. Look at this hourly chart on the IWM. Look how many green candles on the hourly chart. Off that bull flag breakout. Right into resistance. Right into resistance. Alright, we're starting to see these markets come down a little bit here. Sell side pressure can happen quickly and sharply. Bitcoin seeing a little bit of a dip. Tesla pushing back up. Nvidia is still a monster. Monster move on Nvidia. BBAI is curling to the downside slightly. What else is going on here in the tape? Cloudflare doing well. Coinbase basically flat. Nike seeing some distribution. Carvana up about 0.74% on the session. Rivian's up nicely. That's pumping 2.6% on RIVN. A little bit of sell side pressure hitting the tape. Small caps are still into a wall of resistance on IWM. We'll see if the rising yields affect IWM at all. Right now, stocks are still trending off of phenomenal economic data. I might do a live stream tomorrow. I know the markets are closed, but I think we're going to do a little bit of a macro stream along with some stock, a little bit of a stock watch list tomorrow. I might just do an hour live stream. I know the markets. So definitely look out for tomorrow's stream. I'll probably start around 9:30, 10:30 in the morning, just like the market session. It'll still be kind of a little bit late. Tomorrow around 9:30, I'll do a live stream. We'll discuss some macro, a lot of economic data to digest. We'll discuss some key upside levels in the markets. Remember, we still have quite a bit of time left in the back half of this year. I still have some higher upside back half targets for the markets, but we're just a little extended here in the very short term. I still think you're going to see a very strong capital rotation trade in Q3 and Q4 here. Primarily Q3, I think you'll see a strong capital rotation trade. And we'll discuss that in nature. We'll look at some of the sectors. We haven't done a sector review in a while. Nvidia is still pushing here. SPY's still pumping. IWM looking a little bit weaker, but still holding steady. Tesla's still up about 0.17%. Apple up 0.5%. FedEx has really pulled in from the highs. So that was a nice little exit on FedEx, guys. Right near the highs, we sold our 240 calls. Beautiful little exit there on FedEx. Let's look back at FSLR. Whoops. FSLR, we also exited pretty much near the highs of that wick. That's starting to come in slightly. So we made just under 60% on FSLR calls. That's what we trimmed today. FedEx printed to the high side for us on our 240 calls. We made about 55%. Good to see. Still holding 250 calls for mid-September. ASTS was a really nice one and done day swing trade. $47 calls printed as well. Made just under 50% on ASTS from yesterday's entry. Still very bullish crypto. Very bullish Bitcoin. Bitcoin should press to new all-time highs, guys. Bitcoin target 115. Maybe just shy of 115, but 115 is a nice area. Ryan's asking Webull opinion. So anyone that's on FinTwit, has been eyeing up this chart. I've been seeing a lot of things going around that, oh, Webull's the next hood, right? You know, you look at that chart pattern that hood went through off its IPO dump, and everyone's saying, oh, Webull's down here at the lows, it's the next hood. Is it? Is it really? You know, I don't think so, but nevertheless, it is looking constructive, trying to break out. So what I would like to see here on hood, what would get me a little bit more intrigued, is a pullback and then a right shoulder. It needs a little bit of consolidation here, but if you get a pullback and a right shoulder here on Webull, then maybe you have a short-term inverse head and shoulders, which would take you from 10 to about 17. So that's another $7 move from the neckline. So call it a breakout from this lower area, maybe 13 bucks to 20 bucks. So I mean, maybe. Look at Nvidia pumping, guys. Wow, my oh my. Nvidia is just going absolutely bananas here. 2.1%. Is it going to hit 4 trillion today? Holy. That is absolutely a beast. So it's even sucking small caps dry. Nvidia is just seeing relentless buying pressure. Makes me almost want to short it up here. AMD flipped back to the green side off of that pump. Tesla's back to the negative side. AMD's just, I mean, Nvidia's just sucking the whole market of all of the liquidity. Just gimme, 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 gimme. Nvidia trading in the 160s at 3.9 trillion market cap on Nvidia. Wow, 4 trillion is incoming. They do not want to let this stock dip until it hits 4 trillion deep. That huge psychological record high in the market. Can it hit 4 trillion? Time will certainly tell, but Nvidia only 100 billion away from hitting 4 trill. Mind blowing. Is the market going to be setting a new record here? JP took NVD. IWM seeing a bit of distribution here. Gold absolutely cratering again to the downside. Why is the Dixie catching a bounce? Yep, the Dixie's catching a decent bounce here. Yields are trying to make another move to the high side. So watch out for IWM. JP saying they're going to dump Nvidia after. Just, I do think that it's a little long in the tooth here, but this has triggered a bullish pattern on Nvidia, which upside takes you in the near term to about 164. There is resistance here, though. Definitely resistance. Markets are trading exceptionally crazy. Billy saying almost looks like an inverse head and shoulders on silver. Let's take a peek at silver. Yeah, silver does have that potential of an inverse head and shoulders. The only problem with silver here is you got that opening range low. And this is a beautiful little indicator by Bart. But silver's at that opening range low. If you lose this low, Next support 36.57, prior day high, but does look like it wants to hold here. So I have no problem if you're wanting to take it on the long side, using these wick lows as your stop loss. There's a defined risk there. But silver has been very choppy in this range. And the only thing I don't like about going long silver right now is gold is seeing a bit of a down day, right? Quite a bit of distribution. You have that Dixie trying to pop back up here, intraday, hourly chart. So guys, IWM is really melting here. IWM starting to come down. Pre-market low trading at 221.67. Looks to be your next support. Come on, dump it, IWM. Dump it. SPY, still a ripper. 625 confluence zone that we've been talking about for a couple weeks now has been tagged. Has been absolutely tagged. Seeing a little bit more red on the screen, guys. You're getting the broad market participation. If you look at RSP, it is pulling back from the highs just a little bit here. So what this is telling us is that people are just piling back into the mega caps, specifically nvidia and Microsoft. Apple's obviously green, but Tesla struggling here, guys. Tesla breaking down here, losing its opening range low. Tesla is coming in. SPY still holding at that 625 zone like a boss. Tesla seeing a little bit of distribution here. Nasty little bearish engulfing potential on Tesla's hourly chart. Not what I like to see for our call options on Tesla, considering the market is so strong. I'm not really liking the Tesla price action right now. So how we need to be mindful of Tesla, we're writing those 340 calls. Anonymous up to SPY puts. Yeah, I think that's an interesting area, that's for sure. We need to just keep a break-even stop loss on these Tesla calls. I don't want to let that trade go against us, so I'm just going to maintain a break-even stop loss on Tesla. Nvidia is starting to come in now. Maybe this is the dip for SPY. IWM, guys. IWM is leading the downside here. Starting to come in. Is SPY next? Perhaps. A little bit of risk is stepping outside of this market. Seeing a little bit of risk appetite coming outside of this market. Bitcoin still holding above 110, but that's slowed down as well. A little bit more red starting to appear on the screen. Bitcoin starting to see a little bit more selling. BBAI still up 2.91%. Loose is up 5. Nvidia up 2.61. BTBT still doing well. GITS, what the hell is that? IREN up 10. Hood is now down 4.1. Tesla down 0.5%. Intel up a couple percent. That's one that I think is always going to be a natural short here in this range after every single pop. Ford's still hanging on a little bit to its positive gains. Palantir still doing okay. SoFi. So SoFi is a stock here that's back into that previous put range that we entered in. And we banked nicely on those $18 puts. But I'd want to see SoFi make one more little spike higher before I got in. But Hood's starting to come in quite sharply. And IWM, guys, IWM still seeing a little bit more weakness in this vicinity. Yeah, the short day might be a problem for SPY puts. We'd have to get a significant dump here. 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, so we've got 2.5 hours left. 1 o'clock. Nvidia's starting to come in a little bit harder now. SPY starting to dip just a little bit here. Tesla down 0.61. Apple's still a beast, up 0.85% at the highs of the session. Breaking out of that huge consolidated range. Let's see what our Apple 225s are up right now. So those are moving quite nicely in the right direction. Beautiful. We're up almost 40% on our Apple 225 calls. Those were taken quite a while ago, back in May, and we've been riding through a lot of chop and slop. But those Jan 16th calls are starting to wake up quite nicely for AAPL. AAPL. Apple's very, very strong right now. Billy's asking how low is Hood gonna go? Let's look at Hood here. I mean, Hood's cooked. Hood should go much, much lower. Hood should retest 76 bucks. There's gonna be some bounces along the way, but Hood should retest 76 bucks. We've broken through this crazy. Look at Hood. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 green weekly candles in a row. I mean, my oh my, it's shattered through overhead resistance. But it should go a lot lower. I mean, it's not going to be added to the S&P for, I can't remember when the next rebalancing would be, but it's a while. It's a ways away. It's a ways away. So the SPY's still right back to the highs of the session. You know, this might be an interesting area to hedge our Tesla long positions, so our September calls, for some closer dated put options. What I'm seeing on Tesla here, I'm not really liking. I'm considering shorting Tesla with some short dated puts. Maybe like July 25th. Maybe 310s. Let's see what those are priced at. Just as a way to hedge our long position, because I really believe in Tesla. But just in the short-term price action, it's looking a little bit weak here, choppy. Markets are extended. If the markets sell off and dip, should go a little bit lower. There's new highs on SPY. Quite extraordinary. Bitcoin back below 110, seeing a little bit of sell side pressure in BTC. Look at this FedEx, guys. So we're still seeing selling and profit taking in the equity markets. Just things are rotating back into certain mega caps. I mean, look at Meta, almost gapping and cracking there. You know, Apple, people are chasing Apple here. Nvidia is obviously being chased. Let's look at Google. Google trying to firm up here. Microsoft. That's still a beast. IWM right back to the high. Anonymous saying hard to play indices here. Need stock picking. Yeah, I mean it does. They don't want to take these indices down, right? They want to keep it strong here into July 4th. There are some bigger moves in individual names. Wow, look at natural gas off of inventories, guys. Natural gas absolutely getting smoked on its inventory report. Absolutely crushed here to the downside. Let's see if we can get some, EQT rolling off of a cliff there. So we get AR for some put options. Yeah, that's quite crazy. Maybe there's a trade here on nat gas on the long side. Getting rejected very firmly, nat gas. Nat gas is coming back into this breakout zone. So there is some support retesting this previous little consolidation range. SPY is still remarkably strong. Nat gas dumping here though to the downside. Nat gas finding a little bit of support here. SPY's still trending. This is even without nvidia. My oh my. Monster moves. They might try to keep pumping this market. I'm gonna take it's high risk, but I'm looking at a Google 0 DTE play here. I'm looking at a Google 0 DTE play. Maybe I should just take it for next week. Wow, look at this parabolic market. Insane. No, I'm gonna stay away from Google right now. Maybe I'll take it for next week. Lining up maybe a Google entry for next week. Let's just see what we got. Still trading in this wide range red bar consolidation. I think Google is due for a little bit of playing catch up here. We'll see. Just give me 1 second, guys. It is starting to melt away a little bit. IWM right back to the highs. We got 2 hours and 15 minutes left for 0 DTEs. Not a lot of time left in the session. We are seeing Tesla going back to the positive side. Microsoft up 1.41%. Apple up 0.8. Nvidia up 1.73. Amazon up 0.94. They do not want to let this market go down. Bitcoin has had a nice pullback. This is your area to go long Bitcoin. You know, right against this prior day high is your first little aggressive buy zone. I think Bitcoin's going to hold this key area and blast off into space. ASTS also holding its prior day high. It looks like maybe I'd be going long a lot of stocks, but these indices are just a little bit long and stretched that it becomes hard as a technical trader to chase this price action, especially since we've been dumping a lot of our longs into the market off of this strength. Very, very tough for me to go long here. The trader inside me is saying patience. We'll look for better entries. I want a little bit of market weakness to accumulate. Oscar testing its prior day low, sweeping that low liquidity intraday today. It is showing some weakness, but it actually looks like a bit of an aggressive long zone here. Oscar is an aggressive long there. Apple still holding above its prior day. BBAI still holding steady. CRCL. Just peeling my orange here, guys. Sorry for saying VIX calls. Yeah, honestly, you all know, if you remember in my alert service, we've done a lot of selling today on the longs, and we've taken a couple different put option plays. So you already know, in the very near term, leaning short for sure. Still have longs on the table, don't get me wrong. Can't be a bear in every single name, but definitely VIX call is down 1.32%. The VIX, they just have a funny thing with the VIX. It's a little less true as it once was. I don't know, they almost use it as a little bit of a liquidity trap. But it should perk up if the market's full. The VIX isn't what it used to be, in my opinion. So really, I mean, no sell side pressure in these equity markets just yet. Look at this 15-minute chart. RSI on the 15 is an 88.2. Small negative divergence on the 5-minute chart. 30-minute chart 85.20. Decent negative divergence on the 30-minute S&P chart. Hourly chart, wow, look at that breakout there. So last time we were this extended on the hourly was basically back here June 27th, Friday. And then look what happened, right? We saw this epic 2-hour sell. Boom, almost a 3-hour sell. In 3 hours, the S&P dropped $5.57, give or take. So just keep in mind, we're testing these very similar levels, right? On the RSI. We are absolutely extended here into that major confluence zone on the daily chart. All right, we've been eyeing up anyone that's been watching our videos and trading along with us. We are finally hitting that confluence zone. We have fulfilled upside targets in the near term. Can't even see it with these trend lines, but just be careful. The last time we were this extended on the hourly intraday S&P chart was that last Friday, June 27th, and the market saw a nice 3-hour down move. Obviously got bought right back up. And look at this setup, very similar setup, right? Exactly, this is a little bit of a learning curve, right? Lesson. The market structure from that previous Friday, that Thursday to Friday gap up, very similar market structure. We had a massive gap up, got super overbought on the hourly chart, 1, 2, 3 hours of consecutive price. Then you had a hard knife right into that previous gap. You filled the gap. So imagine we had a hard knife. I mean, there's just not a lot of time left in the session, but imagine you have a hard knife back into that gap again. It's very similar market structure. Very similar. Okay, guys, I just doubled my SPY 622 put position at 12 cents. It's high risk. High risk. 622 put, doubled my position. This is not recommended, but we're trying to take a stab. Because they're so cheap there. What's in? My average is 34 cents. Bitcoin knifing through prior day high. Tesla back to the negative side. Let's give us a move here, guys. Let's give us a move. Nvidia coming down. JP took those NVD. Should be moving up in favor for you. Nice job there, JP. Bitcoin starting a knife here, guys. Put is still down 4.68%. Scrolling through some other charts here, guys. If there's any tickers you want me to take a peek at, by all means, put them in the chart. Happy to take a look. I'm just scanning through other chart setups here, seeing if there's any other trades. Again, it's just as a technical trader, it's hard for me to pile into more long positions, especially with the indices into this major resistance. We still have long exposure, but we've trimmed a lot of positions into this strength. I do think that the similar market structure that we were discussing on the hourly chart with this overbought signal intraday is very similar to this previous Friday. Very similar, where you had a 3-hour knife down, $5 drop on S&P, taking a negative through the gap. I don't think it'll happen today, but we've set up in the same position for it to potentially happen. So just be aware, we should see a little bit more, but obviously with July 4th, Independence Day, maybe they want to give the US another positive reason to study, or to celebrate, sorry. End face a new high of day. That thing is ripping face. ENPH calls are absolutely flying here, guys. Beautiful move on ENPH. Look at this breakout on ENPH. This is more of a long-term hold, but we're riding those $50 calls. We entered off of this back test candle, and those are absolutely printing. And look at ENPH. I mean, I know there could be some solar news today, but this falling wedge pattern on the weekly chart is something that should be taken seriously here. Tesla back to the positive side. Come on, SPY, what are you doing? You're just trending and trending and trending, not really wanting to cooperate. How's Marvell doing? Zero DTE call option kind of play, but with common shares. This MLGO is basically like buying a call option, trading at 69 cents, seeing some heavy volume off of a small float. Again, it's high risk. You know, your market cap here, 49 million, but look at the volume being traded today. Exponential. Again, this should be treated as a lotto. If you're wanting to go long, you could look for a move into that 86-cent gap fill. That would be about just over a 20% move to the upside. You know, if you're a little bit more aggressive, into the dollar level, $1.10. But MLGO could potentially be forming this inverse head and shoulders on the hourly chart. Hasn't triggered yet. I repeat, it has not triggered yet, and this stock has a tendency to just rope in liquidity before going lower. But an hourly chart potential bull flag. So that is a little bit of an interesting play. Let's look at this GNS. Very strong hourly chart consolidation on GNS, guys. It's up 8% on the session today. Daily chart not looking bad. You clear this overhead resistance here on GNS and my oh my. It's looking like another mover to the upside. Another high spec name. SPY still at the highs of the session. No selling in sight yet, guys. Pretty crazy to think that. We're seeing a little bit more volume coming into VKTX, guys. We are obviously long and strong. VKTX is trying to break out of the 28 handle here. I still have a minimum upside target of 29. But VKTX is trying to move up here. That's your short-term target, 29 bucks. But we are seeing a little bit more activity there on the buy side. And if you can break out of this other inverse head and shoulders, we're very close. Let's look back at SPY again. Still pushing. Bitcoin back under 110. Tesla still just floundering, up 50 cents on the session. Nvidia's curling down. My God, look at this name, BMNR. My oh my. What crazy price action. What a monster. Look at that thing. Friggin' nuts. Huge hourly chart divergence there. Just a absolute monster to the upside. Wow. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Very tight range the markets are trading into. CRCL still looking like it's trying to potentially break out of this little inside bar, red bar candle. Still like this name. Let's look at CoreWeave. I haven't looked at that name in a while. CoreWeave's at an interesting spot. Nvidia at all-time highs. Could you see some profit taking in Nvidia? Maybe it flows into CoreWeave here. Perhaps. Let's look at TDOC. Teladoc bouncing off of its high channel here. Still going through a little bit of backing and filling. Are they going to rug SPY? Is that a final high pivot liquidity sweep on SPY? Maybe. Maybe. So if SPY ended up getting a hard sell, guys, this would be a big zone to buy. Your 382 opening range high 623.63 would be an epic zone for a bounce trade. So imagine we flushed straight into that OR range. That would be an epic little range to try to trade on the long side. Look at this wolf speed, up 65% today. There's just so many stocks absolutely booming intraday. Grand scheme of things, still down quite a bit. They're just trying to restructure a lot of their debt here. Their assets are worth more than their debt, but they're trying to find a way, ticker wolf, to restructure so they don't burn their shareholders. But they have assets worth more than their debt, so a little bit of liquidity issues, but they are trying to work through that, which is why there's been some positive moves in ticker wolf recently at these lows. I mean, you can see where we're trading at in the grand scheme of things. Pretty crazy to think that this stock was, let me even erase this, start fresh, but to think this stock was a $1.42 at those COVID rally crazy highs, And we're just starting to try to firm up here. You can see maybe we're gonna tap 150, 160 before there's some decent resistance. But another chart that has this falling wedge pattern that's trying to break out. Nvidia's pulled back, but the market's still trending. Positive sign for the equity markets. Crazy move in SPY. Look at this. My puts are cooked unless we get some sort of a crazy dump, but not looking likely at this point. They're really trying to pump this market even higher. It'll be a remembrance day to remember. July 4th. Crazy pump into Independence Day. Sorry, I think I said Remembrance Day. Independence Day. All I need to do is get out. If you get out, Anonymous, I'm staying in. But get out so they can dump it. The NR is being faulted here, up and down all around. This is a healthy chart. GRR, nice little bull flag, back test. It's looking pretty constructive. Gorilla Technologies. Gorilla Technology Group. Just keep in mind the market cap is under that billion mark, 435 million. Today's volume's a little light, under the million side, so I don't want to be a pump and dumper, but intraday price action looking fairly constructive. Looks like it wants to target this gap again. High side resistance of 2250. Interesting little name there. Bitcoin's starting to come in a little bit more now. It's kind of interesting. So once again, running into some top wick resistance here on BTC. Getting rejected off this 110,500 zone. You can clearly see it here. A couple pivot zones of resistance. Still inside of this wide range green bar candle. So it's still acting okay, but now you're testing the low for Bitcoin. A little bit of troublesome price action. IWM seeing a little bit of resistance off of that opening range high. SPY still spiking here. Tesla's back to the green side. Apple's up 0.76. Nvidia. Can they bounce Nvidia here now and push this market even higher? That is the question. That would be the prudent thing to do. Using my words against me. Alright, so it's just a sit and wait period. Again, since it's a half session, I'll stay on with you, but I'm not really talking as much because the volatility has slowed down. Just grinding and grinding and grinding. Trying to see if there's any other chart setups. Again, I do see a lot of long positions that I want to get into, but I'm just being mindful about how extended we are intraday on these S&P and Q markets. I do not like to buy RSI overbought double tops intraday into a massive technical resistance zone. I cannot do that to myself. It goes against my nature. But for the time being, we remain still in a very strong uptrend. SPX in uncharted waters. For just out of my curiosity, let's see what this move to this move is. We even completed a symmetrical move, so this low to this low should have put SPX around 62.45. We've even blasted through that. Quite crazy. Look at where the NDX is now trading. Let's erase this channel. And we'll get rid of that. Just turn this indicator off for a quick second. Take a look at this NASDAQ parallel channel. More of a weekly chart. Look where we're trading. Pivot low from 2020. Two massive pivot lows from 2022 and 2023. Your pivot high here back in December. We're now testing that zone. Really large negative divergence on the 4-hour NDX chart as well as the hourly chart. We could see some selling. Let's see how strong this weekly parallel channel is. For the time being, they are trying to push us up even higher. SPY going for 626 on the tape. User up over 1% on the session. Oil's falling. How's Snapchat looking here? That was one that I regret missing here. Alright, so Snap is testing this previous little consolidation range. That is now support. Again, Snapchat is one that I absolutely want to get long. But just waiting on this market. Ugh. This market is something else. It's quite crazy. I still get shocked. I've been trading for 13 years and I still get shocked about this market. Some of the extension moves in both directions, they happen. They really know how to stretch that rubber band in both directions. They really do. It always shocks me. But yeah, Snapchat's one that I am interested to get long. But I want a market pullback. Give me a market pullback so I can buy more stocks long. Come on. Alibaba really taking on the chin today. That's down 2%. No love for China. Alibaba's into an interesting level. Here comes a little dip in the market. Anonymous, did you get out? Is that why we're dipping? You must have gotten out. Yeah, Alibaba's looking somewhat interesting down here. So you've swept that low. Teasing you, yeah. AMD negative? Yep, AMD negative. Showing some relative weakness. I'm honestly curious about some China equities. US stocks have had such stellar runs. Names like Baba, Baidu, I'm looking at finding some entries in some of these tickers. BABA's an interesting, guys. It's sitting right on its daily 200 moving average into a mega gap fill. BABA's curious. I'm thinking about getting long Alibaba. Big back test right on that 200 daily moving average. It's a good risk to reward zone. It's really an interesting setup here, Alibaba. Daily 200. You had the golden cross on the weekly. A little bit of sell side profit hitting the tape. Some minor selling. We need a much bigger dip. Oh. IWM is looking fairly heavy here. It's a tough tape. It's a tough tape. It's a tough tape. And again, this is why I warned it earlier. I said, you know, they may want to keep it elevated into the July 4th, and maybe next week is when they really start to see things. So that's why I entered some put options for next week and the following week on SPY and IWM. Because they might want to keep things frothy here into July 4th. Give people a really, really big bang here. It would not surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me if they kept it elevated. It wouldn't surprise me if they had a quick sharp fall like that previous Friday that we explained. Either way, next week you probably get a little bit more of a move, a little bit more of a breather in this market. There's a lot of positions that I still want to accumulate on the long side, but just waiting patiently. Yeah, next year should be 250th anniversary. Yeah, Trump's already said he's going to throw an epic party, right? IDU is also an interesting one. It's hammering on this trend line. I think it's going to break to the high side of its wedge, guys. So keep your eye on Baidu and China equities. Obviously, understand the risk in China equities, but I was saying, told you Baidu had bullish option flow last week. Yeah, I'm really liking the China equities. I'm literally looking at a Baidu position right now. I just took a starter position in Baba. Some upside call options sitting right on that daily 200 on Baba. I do like that a lot. And I'm looking at taking Baidu. I'm seeing Baidu, it's gone through this nice little bearish consolidation range. The volume has been anemic, which I absolutely love. It means that we're a little bit early here in the trend. So the volume's been selling off on declining volume, which I love. Right now, you're just sandwiched under the 50-day on Baidu. You've been bumping up against the weekly. You've been bumping up against the weekly 50 moving average, and it does look like you're trying to break through it. A potential inverse head and shoulders pattern is forming. Hasn't triggered yet, but it's forming. You're making these constructive higher lows in the near term. I think you're very close to breaking out. You can see it's really attempting a potential little breakout out of the short-term wedge today. But this one's coiling, man. This one is coiling. And then Anonymous throws into the factor that we saw bullish option flow last week. Makes me like it even more. I like it, I like it, I like it. Now let's just see what position I want to enter in. BIDU. Let's look at something in the September range, September 19th. Let's see what we got going on here. SPY another new high there. Amazing. Anonymous is out. Time for the market to drop.
too. So
Investment expects acceleration private sector investment after passage of tax and spending bill.
can you repeat the first line again?
He expects acceleration in private sector investment after passage of tax
Uh,
and spending bill.
Gotcha.
The 10 years back above 433, so I shorted the IWM.
Mm. See, I think IWM isn't as much based on rates, but more on the credit spreads, credit markets, and that's just been easing along with financial conditions. I don't know if it's gonna keep doing it, but yeah.
Besson says, if the Fed doesn't cut here, maybe September, cut bigger. Okay.
They're doing the same thing that Powell was doing 2022, like just telling the public the playbook, right? Ahead of time. So I don't know. Trying to like finesse sentiment with for their words.
Hmm.
And that probably is their, maybe their second biggest tool in the
Yeah,
toolbox.
I mean that's what Powell was doing, right? He said pain in August, and literally, was trying to set the bar really, really fucking low, and that was pretty much the bottom in
I
2022.
think he's done a decent job setting expectations. There was that one time when he cut 50 instead of 25, which was a little weird, but other than that, he's been pretty consistent.
China's Wang. China shortening rare earth export approvals for European customers.
CoreWeave is pushing a little bit.
Yeah, I've been noticing that.
Yeah, BB, it's funny
Yeah.
that you guys are talking about that news right there because I was just looking at MP and on their daily holding the value area so far to possibly bounce here.
Oh, Eamon, you know what I have been DKing into is SOXS though, for what it's worth.
Son, are you taking it? Are you taking SOSX?
I'm doing a DKA into it, so I'm just slowly buying some shares.
A
Oh.
DCA, you mean?
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Or-
DCA into
Oh,
SOXS.
you're DCA into it. That's not a bad
Yeah,
thing.
he's a blood. He don't say the C letter.
Are you son? Is that a hedge, or you're not long any semis right now?
I mean, like I said, I think I want to see some sort of rents, even if it's just an intraday rents. Like we need some sort of rents. Because I mean, it's just this. It's a lot of the sentiment seems to be high. So I mean, all my short-term indicators are saying pretty overbought, essentially. But we could keep staying this way.
Yeah,
Indexes
I feel
usually
like
need a cool off though intraday, like something.
I feel like AMD looks like a good short.
I'm still short that. I'm still short Hood, even though it feels like they're just buying that shit up. I mean, I did buy Spotify again, a month out. Um, I just think they're gonna sweep the highs again on some of these stocks. So I'm just looking for them to retest the highs before maybe it goes down. But I wouldn't be surprised like towards the tariff hell if they go with more of the tariff risk-free tariff stuff. That's why I kind of did Spotify or less risk on tariffs.
Damn, that's wild. My VIX September 20 calls are up today.
Yeah, I mean they're hedging because they're buying the VIX for protection, and so they're hedging
It's
and
wild,
pumping it.
wild to think that we're up almost like 1% over 1%.
Yeah, because they're re-hedging into it.
Makes me
Quarter
want to
out.
buy more.
I don't think it means anything because it's a quarter end though, like quarter rebalancing. Like they're just re-hedging their equity again. But yeah, I mean this wouldn't be a bad spot to buy. I still think it might hit 15 first, but maybe I'm wrong.
How do we feel about gold next 1 to 3 months?
Probably pull
Just
back. I grabbed some GLD
pull back.
puts.
Yeah, my miner's up today. I just kind of want to trim it back. I don't feel super bullish about
Your
gold,
gold
but
miners, you said?
yeah, I own Kinross in my
KG.
just common shares. Yeah, KGC.
Yeah, I mean, the action pretty much died down with the flow, so not much left for me. I'm pretty much done. I'm just playing for a swing.
Son, I know you're leaning kind of bearish short-term semis. You have any insight on Vertiv? It's pushing back into pretty much, it's sitting now at this big daily gap from, what was that, like 4 months ago? It's 128 to 145 area.
I mean, it looks like it's gonna fill it for sure.
Right?
Yeah, I mean that's why I'm DKing into the semis because SOXS because I don't know when this could drop, right? So I'd rather just buy shares because I mean this could run up another like SPX could run up another 100 points before it drops. So I kind of want to just um play the shorts a little bit more safely, I guess.
Oh, and it looks like SMH finally made a new all-time high this week. I didn't realize that.
It did, and it's
Yeah.
not bearish. Like I said, it's just for a fade.
Yeah. Oh,
I mean, I
today
still think
actually.
Nvidia is still probably bullish. Oh, Netflix. Uh, and I think Avgo. I mean, they rolled up to the 300s. I don't know. We'll see. TSM
Guy,
might hit 240, 250 first before a pullback too.
so on IRBT, iRobot, on the 10-minute chart, it's a pretty nice cup. On the 1 hour, actually, yeah, looks like a W breakout here on IRBT, getting a buy signal on the 1 hour chart. On the 4 hour chart, you can see the W forming even bigger on IRBT. So I'm just gonna hold these shares. I grabbed also the $3 calls for 2027. Hold on.
Damn, I should have shorted MSTR.
Yep, I got the $3 calls for January 2027. They're up 10% right now. IRBT.
Don't get to talk about Dell Rocket.
Go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, I was gonna mention Dell next.
Go ahead, I'll allow you. This is your trade. I just have calls with you.
Yeah, the Dell.
Citigroup ticker C 8853 approaching a new high of last 10 years.
That is the only other bank I see that's still getting flow today.
Hey,
Besides Wells Fargo.
Silencius, when someone else is speaking, try to let them speak before you jump in. Bull Bear just left.
Go ahead, Bull Bear. Oh, did he
left.
leave? Oh, shit.
No, I'm here. I'm here. No, the space is acting up, so it kicked me earlier. So I've just been hanging out. But the Dell 4 hour chart is making a nice cup on Dell. A double bottom on the daily. 15-minute charts looking good on Dell. I'm gonna hold these calls. I'm gonna swing these calls. There's no reason for me to cut Dell here.
Totally agree. I'm in the 128 for next week.
Let's go.
$51 minutes left in the trading day.
I don't really know this ticker, but I just had an alert and it popped up. It's flying EXEL. I don't know what's going on, but it is moving.
I've seen that before. I don't know.
It's an oncology, but maybe they have news. I'm not seeing anything, but it just moved up $3 in 2 minutes. That's huge volume.
Jay, you didn't buy INOD, did you?
No.
God, I don't know why I bothered to tell you anything. Damn it.
I don't either. I mean, I don't know why you tell me. I don't ask. Just tell me.
I bought it.
It's 50.5 RBRK too. That 85 long was pretty good, 289. I think it could hit 95 RBRK. Not next week. I think INOD is that's gonna break out the ascending wedge.
I like RBRK if it can hold over the 20, 21 here. I don't know. If the chart doesn't look that great, honestly, on RBRK, but I like the company.
Nice. Look at AEVA, clear 32 and pushing.
It doesn't look that great. I just like how it bounced off the 100 MA, and I just like I feel like Cyber, they're still kind of bidding Cyber, so that's the only reason why I'm looking for it. But yeah, it might be too early.
On Palantir, 5 minute, sprinting 3 black crows, which is a bullish signal, a bearish signal, sorry. On the 30 minute, it's printing an evening star reversal. So just be careful with Palantir up here.
Yeah, some with INOD, man. I'm looking for that thing to go to 55. I'm in the 50s.
Yeah, I have the 55s. I like the 55s for sure.
July 18th, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's just gonna squeeze higher if the markets are okay. So.
Yeah, that's a W forming on the daily. Looks better on the 4 hour.
Yeah, the risk with RBRK is that it might need to tap the 200 first before it goes higher. So.
ABBV, ABV, on the 5 minute chart, is printing a W. If it could break out over this 190 level, I think this could run. On the 1 hour, it's printing a morning star reversal to the upside. For those who doesn't know what that means.
I know y'all don't like playing it, or some of y'all, whatever. Mobilize, MPLY. That catches a bid next week. Next week.
That's nice. MBLI.
I know I mentioned earlier Boeing was breaking out of a cup and handle on the 4 hour. It's pulled back to the breakout, so I'm going to start a position for next week, 220 calls.
Oh shit, you're gonna hold it?
I mean, at least till Monday.
Dude, I'm gonna join you, J Dash. I've never seen you hold anything.
Yeah.
Wait, what was this?
Those J-Dash diamond hands.
This is
220 calls.
This is where J Dash gets his balls back.
Okay.
So I think
Oh shit.
yeah, I think we
But
got
yeah,
something
the
here.
Iran stuff's escalating too, isn't it? A little bit.
The what stuff?
Iran,
Isn't like the Iran
Middle
rhetoric
East.
kind of?
Oh.
Yeah.
Didn't know J Dash had balls.
We're about to find out,
Let me double check.
fellas.
AEVA is still on a bullish run. In case you all didn't notice, the pullback only came because they had a senior note offering, which added liquidity for them. So, yeah, the bullish run that they're on isn't about to stop. Alpha Echo Victor Alpha.
Hey man, you thinking about shorting SYM here?
Nope. I looked at it because it went so far above my target, but it's possible it still keeps going.
Hold on, which one we talking about? I'm sorry, I had a phone call.
Symbiotic SYM.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was you that did. That was y'all that came with that. That looks good though.
I don't know where it came out over, but I guess Elon's renewing calls for the what the fuck that's called, the Epstein files to be released.
No, let me get some puts way out of
Dude,
I check out Toll Brothers though, son. I think this is a good short.
You think home builders in general are kind of
they probably need to fade back to the breakout at least. Yeah, that could fade.
Yeah, I was thinking about cutting my BLDR.
That could fade back to like 112, 113, or maybe 115 at least.
Oh, SPX just dumped, man. Shit.
What dumped?
SPX.
Damn, I couldn't get these fucking puts quick enough. Fuck, I was trying to. God damn it.
Kev, I got some 315s for end of July on Tesla.
It's crazy that when
Let's
SPX
go.
goes down three points, we call it a dump now.
They're hitting 300s for end of July on Tesla already.
For 0 DTs, that's a pretty big dump right there.
Yeah.
So I got like at the money, so at 315s for 725 on Tesla. I don't know, just in case this like thing goes. If he's calling for this, then it's round two.
Yeah, that's basically why I got some too, just a hedge for the weekend. If the bill passes, I think be a little bit. The girls are gonna be at it again.
I'm not gonna even fuck with this, man. I don't know what the fuck this guy's gonna do.
Wait, he just posted that on his profile? Really?
No, I saw from the Roger guy posted it that it's coming from Fox and the Daily Beast, so I don't know. It's not a confirmed thing.
I don't know. I just grabbed some SPY puts, some zeros. Let's see. Right at the money, 620. Let's see if we can get a big pullback.
It's the cues that kind of broke the trend line, at least for the past couple hour trend line, but I think SPX is kind of holding better. Fucking wish I caught that down. That would have been a 2-3 time back. Wow, they have a lot of space overhead for IWM. Oh.
Oh, SBET's catching a bit.
Yeah, but the market don't really scourge. It don't even really look like it wants to turn over, but it ain't looking like it wants to go higher either.
SBET's pumping.
Damn, I should have shorted MSTR. I guess I found out they're selling MSTR to pay out the dividends first strike that fucking preferred. Dude, I can't keep track of the amount of ETFs MSTR revolves around. It's really fucking insane the financial engineering they have on it. Like, it's insane.
It's like financial engineering on top of financial engineering.
They kind of found a cheat code.
But there has to be a flaw. Like that's what I
Yeah,
can't
that's
figure out.
I don't know what it is, but there has to be.
I mean, Bitcoin drops 50%.
No, but
What
then you
happens?
just buy Winter, WNTR, and that's the bear one to Misty. So it's a strategy that they use, all in Misty to all in. Like some of those guys literally have their whole account in MSTY.
Yeah,
It's
they're
like
just fucking. They're just
they're
making money
Bitcoin
off the
maxis
ball.
trying to get yield.
Fucking winter. What the fuck? Is that like a covered put strategy or something?
Yeah, it's a
Uh,
short. It's just leverage short one. So
okay.
you could get dividends on shorting and dividends on longing.
So what do? You short the stock and then sell the put?
I don't understand those guys, man. Like it's risky to chase yield in crypto. A lot of people have learned these lessons for instance. If you're in crypto, you know not to chase
But this is
yield.
brand new, man. This type of yield.
Yeah, but again, yield is yield. Where the hell does it come from? That's you gotta ask those
Selling covered
questions.
calls. That's where it
What's
comes
that
from.
other one? That BITO? That one that has a really good yield.
They're
I
literally
don't know what
just
they do though.
selling synthetics. So it's a bet. MSTY is a bet on volatility,
In other news, my
not on
Tesla
the
puts are
price,
printing.
really. Huh?
Is it dumping Tesla?
Yeah, I
In other
added to
news,
my
my
I added
Tesla
to my
puts are
pre-market
printing.
next week.
Yes,
Hey, Big
sir.
Kev, your mic is messing up again, bro.
Yeah, I know
I
he
don't know this
mentioned.
one when I plot MSTR against MSTY with with dividends in the price on TradingView, it's like they're pretty similar. I mean, I think if it's running up, MSTR does better than MSTY. But if it's like, you know what I mean.
Dude,
So I
it's
don't
a
know.
7% yield a month.
Yeah, but like if you include that, so if you reinvest the dividends, you can do that on TradingView, have it chart that way, and it's pretty similar.
Yeah. So like they're just trying to get past. They just want cash flow, without having to sell Bitcoin. That's the whole plan for them.
Yeah,
I'm interested
that's
in the winter more so than anything.
what's the ticker? WNTR?
WNTR, I think.
Yeah, I know I mentioned this Excellus. I still can't find any news, but it popped to 48, dropped to 45, now back to 48, and it continues to be volume. Not much of an options chain.
Dude, I bought the Robux next week, $100 puts. Oh,
Oh shit!
Don't you already have a lot still, or
oh, dude, I have them all, but they're for the 18th.
okay? So you're just going closer.
Yeah,
Like a lower high on
gotta
Roblox.
lever up, brother.
But that that winter and MSTI chart looks
Oh
the
yeah, I
same,
like
though,
that.
right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm still trying to figure it out. I mean, I'm trying to. I've been looking into this for a few weeks, so I'm just trying to figure things out and looking into it.
Yeah,
So,
I have tried it too. There's some, like you said, there's some accounts. Those guys just play this right.
yep.
But the thing, I like, I've seen it in the 30s, and I'm like, oh, maybe I should buy some. But this thing always like you have to time it so accurately, right, to really make the best out of it. It may not be a bad place to buy here, MSTY. You think?
I'm waiting to see. Yeah, I'm just
Dude,
waiting to see. I want to see a base and see if it's gonna
Yeah.
what it's gonna do
I'm
next
not
before
touching
I.
it, even
Yeah,
though it does look attractive.
MSTY will outperform if MSTR is just consolidating or going down.
exactly, and that's what it's been
Yeah,
doing for the past quarter. That's why these guys are so happy because it's literally just been in the 350, 360 to 400 range, I think, or some shit like that in the past quarter, I believe. So I think there's a few guys that have been holding it for a quarter.
Yeah, I played the Beto one though. I haven't, I kind of, when I make like 10-15%, I sell it. I mean, it's better than the dividend. So,
Yeah, the Beta one has got a great yield.
yeah.
I don't know, man. If you're bullish on the
That
underlying and all that, then just play the underlying. That's how I've always done it, and I
Yeah,
don't.
yeah,
Yeah,
but again, this is income from option strategy, right? It's not really looking at. I don't think it
It's
has.
not betting on the
Yeah,
bullishness of MSTR.
I
exactly.
It's
see an
betting on the
H pattern playing
volatility.
out on Bitcoin.
So when MSTR stays the same price, they're betting on the vol. They're buying the volatility. It's like, people selling calls, selling puts. You're just that's pretty much what you're doing with MSTY without the risk of actually doing it yourself.
Yeah, you're right. That's why I don't know how to play those. So sometimes it's yeah.
Yeah, Bitcoin can't hold that 108.98, 110. So let's see if it pushes up. Is it the
There's
futures are
6
still open though, right?
billion. There's 6 billion in shorts that will get clapped at 115. Just FYI on Bitcoin.
Wait,
Yeah, but it needs to get above 110. It's
they're
just been
fucked.
I think it's holding pretty well. I like where it is, but Fartcoin at 115 to 116 for a long scalp. Just FYI.
Flight to safety.
Just letting y'all know. We just need Bitcoin. We need Bitcoin to hold 108 through 110.
Wait, so Queenie, you like to squeeze, huh? If it holds here.
I just think I don't know if we'll squeeze up. I'm telling you, there's 6 billion in shorts.
you're
I
saying
mean,
Fartcoin could
So we'll
rip,
be
I
the
guess.
closer. Well, I like Fartcoin right
Dude,
now. As long
Fartcoin
as
is a
Bitcoin
generational
holds
I
bomb.
this
mean, if
range.
Fartcoin squeezes, it's dangerous.
If Bitcoin, so last summer, whiff was like really
Last summer
like on
whiff.
just no. I'm not saying that. There's just gonna be a meme that's gonna rip, and I think Fartcoin has a good chance. So if any of y'all are playing the perps, I'm starting a long
Careful.
just a
Don't
scalp
catch the whiff on Fartcoin.
Hey, where do you play perps these days?
on. I still am on Binance, but
Binance.
that's because I'm a dual citizen.
Nice. Yeah, I
Yeah.
can't get on that.
So,
Hyperliquid. Just use
but you could do
Hyperliquid.
Hyperliquid. I like Fartcoin here, and I love Fartcoin. It always starts to move towards the end of market close.
Do you think Fartcoin could get to 10?
I have no idea. I
So you're
don't have
just
any
playing
price
it for the ride.
target.
Yeah.
Isaac KuCoin,
I want like a 5 to 10x on a scalp, and I'm out.
when you could do KuCoin in the US, that was awesome. That was so much fun with
I
the
know.
perps on that.
You still can do Phoenix, but I didn't tell you that.
I just grabbed BitX 54s for next week. Just trying to play this H pattern today.
Georgie, I got a SBAT from 12 to 67.
I think that was JDash. It was an S
Oh,
bet.
Jada, yeah, I'm just gonna,
No SBET, no
yeah, I'm
SBET.
clearing all my basically buys from earlier.
Hey Jeffrey, can you speak? I see that you're here.
Yeah, why? What's up?
Do you know this Excelis stock? It just took off in the last half
No,
hour.
I don't.
Okay, I thought you might.
I just speak up if I
Okay.
you know.
Why'd you take it off? I mean, it looks bullish. S bet.
I'm just not trying to hold anything over the weekend.
I got you. Yeah, that's Bitcoin related, or what was that? They had Ethereum. I forget.
That's
which one it
Ethereum
was.
related. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I had like pretty good run on it from like 9.7 to 13.16. Then I bought it again at 12 and just got out
Hey,
just now.
Queenie, quick question. Do you think a minimum of 140 on BTC is where it's going? 140K?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, good. I did send you my price target like months ago. Did you see that? Probably
I think
not.
so, but
Yeah.
I don't
It was like
remember.
140,000 and 250. I'm like, what the fuck kind of price target is this?
Yeah. Well, I will say that I've been selling, and I'm getting get up to 30% all the way. My long-term stack since 100, but my long that I took down around 75, I'll be getting out around 140, hopefully.
Awesome.
Yeah, and that's a 10x.
I mean,
10x
that's the only
long.
reason why I'm getting into like Bitcoin, because when you said, do you think it's gonna make a new high? I'm just like, when you said you're starting stacking again, I'm like, I think she's onto something, because she only buys long term. It feels like.
Yeah, and like so, this Farcoin would be a scalp for me, a high leverage scalp. I don't recommend it for other people, but
Well,
I'm
this
just gonna.
Farcoin, you know.
I just need a quick little 10x, a little jolt. I need a fix
I'm trying
just
to.
for
If people
fun.
don't understand the name like Farcoin is risky, then they shouldn't be
I've
trading.
been trying to get Jeffrey to come to the Solana shitter side, but he's not listening to me.
Yeah, I mean I 50x long Farcoin, so I'm on another level with that, with just a small amount, but it's fun. I love it.
BMNR's over 140. And Boeing is crashing, son. What's going on?
What'd you do, man?
Hey, question. I know the cash session is closed, but is future still open? You guys already know?
It should be. I think it's open until like I forgot.
Isn't cash sessions still open, man? It's closing at 1, I thought.
Yeah, cash closes, but future's still open. I think
Yeah, it should be
Oh,
open
yeah.
in like
till
another
yeah,
few hours,
till
I
5.
think.
In observance of Independence Day, U.S. securities exchanges, Federal Reserve banks, and most nations' banking institutions will be closed Friday, July 4th. In addition, U.S. securities exchanges will close early at 1 p.m. Eastern Time on Thursday, July 3rd. Extended trading hours, EXTO, for equities will close at 5 p.m. Eastern on July 3rd and will resume at 8 p.m. Eastern on July 6th. Independence Day is not a settlement date. Stock and options trades made on July 3rd will settle one business day later than usual. Forex trading will follow normal trading hours on July 4th. Most futures products have an abbreviated trading hours. For detail or specific hours.
Cool,
Check
man. We
your
got it.
individual exchanges.
Wow, very thorough, man. Thanks, Alessius.
See, if we tokenize it and go 24/7, we don't have to worry about all this shit.
Check out VSAT. VSAT look like it's ready to go make a run at the higher day. VSAT.
CoreWeave got a pump, man. CoreWeave is up 6% now.
You long core weave?
Yeah, I am. I took it when someone actually called it out. He had a 157.
Yeah, I mean, as long as it holds 160, it's
Yeah.
still holding a value area. So
I think I'm gonna hold it to next week. Most
yeah, I
likely.
don't think it's gonna. Yeah, by next week it should.
Yeah.
I wouldn't hold it past then either.
Unity, we just put up the chart. It popped.
Man, I wish I saw that early this morning though. Unity. Oof.
Which one?
Unity.
Oh,
That-
Unity.
Tesla's still looking bearish, still looking like it's trying to curl over. Meta's still looking bearish, looking like it wants to curl over. Meta's making a bear flag on the daily, I mean on the 15, but on the daily, just 3 just consecutive red candles. This is going to be number 4. Meta's looking super bearish. Yeah, JP Morgan broke all the way out. Nice move.
Yeah, I'm personally just staying away from Tesla. I don't know if, a good tweet could happen, a bad tweet can happen. I have no fucking idea personally, so I'm just gonna not even play it.
Amazon kind of looked like it wants to pull back. Dow looks like it wants to continue higher. IWM is middling, but looks like it wants to continue higher. JP Morgan looks like it wants to continue higher.
Citigroup still pushing.
Dow still hasn't broken all-time highs, so it is heading that way. Not for today though. But just
I just bought some 200 Google 180s for today at 1 cent. We'll see what happens.
Are you gonna which?
Final 20 minutes here in the session. They are trying to keep SPY elevated near the highs here. Look at this epic resistance that JP Morgan is into. Beautiful extension move going from your pivot low in 2023. Pivot low. This is a very extended chart. You got a double top on the RSI indicator here. Should see a minor pullback. A bearish divergence on the 4-hour chart. Hourly chart, you also have a very strong negative divergence, so I'd be shocked if we don't see profit taking next week in certain financials. Interesting to see financials still building their momentum despite yields are trying to break out and firm up here. So maybe it's again just some July 4th exuberance. But financials are quite extended here. One of the leading stocks, JP Morgan, into a massive longer term resistance zone here. Really solid resistance. So we'll take our shot on the short side, swinging some shorts in certain asset classes, but we've also accumulated some longs with members. But SPY has been absolutely relentless. A little disappointing price action in Bitcoin. Bitcoin's actually given up quite a bit of its momentum here, and maybe this was just a bit of a fake out, shakeout, sweeping the stock market liquidity, since obviously crypto's closed on the weekends, in the stock market at least. Maybe they want to pump it up here on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That would be a nice little move for Bitcoin and crypto if they can pump it into the weekend. They would cause Coinbase, Mara, MicroStrategy, all those crypto stocks to gap up on Monday. And then you could potentially see some sell side pressure profit taking in those names. So I think that Bitcoin still remains constructive. It still looks like it's Probably going to keep pushing higher, just going through a little bit of consolidation here. But the weekend pump in crypto could be in full force. You can see the market is yet again pushing back to new all-time highs. Tapping that major confluence zone on SPY. 625 has been tested. Let's just adjust the zone here. Remarkable price action in the main indices. Truly, truly impressive. Let's look at nvidia. nvidia is still not really pushing there. Apple's remaining firm. Microsoft taking a bit of a breather. So you're getting a little bit of help from the remaining S&P 500 stocks. Meta had a nasty little reversal, still holding its little breakout trend line intraday. Amazon's still near the highs. Google's ripping here. That's pushing for another high of day potential test and break. With monster price action in solar stocks. Yep, what a pump. What a market pump is right. New highs on the S&P 500. They're wanting to close these markets at all-time highs. Indeed they are. It's a shortened trading week. You crack me up, Anonymous. You crack me up. Yeah, that's why I mean a good learning lesson for zero DTs. Don't go into position with a zero DT. If you're not going to have a stop loss, make sure you can risk basically the position going to zero. That's honestly the learning curve. Every time I enter a zero DTE, I'm basically can say goodbye to that money. It's almost like a lotto play. Much heavier positions are in your farther dated calls and puts. Just buy 100K of stock with proper stop loss. That's the Yeah, 1% is not bad of your port again. That's pretty minor. That's not bad. It's always tough having a loss, but that's the way she goes, right? That's the way she goes. Yeah, that's why sometimes common shares in these areas are certainly lucrative. You know, you have the ability to hold it overnight or even taking weekly put options. Yep, you could do that. Yep, absolutely. You obviously don't get as much reward, but there's less risk for sure. You know, the S&P is only going to rally so much in one day. Yeah. Or you can just take a hard stop on your put options, you know. Some people keep a 15 to 20% stop on their zero DTs. That's a simple way to do it. No, it's tough, but 20-25% stop loss, you cut your losses, reassess. You know, if you keep doing that. And then if you re-enter, just try not to chase price too much. But today's been tough. I mean, it's been absolutely tough in these markets to short anything. You know, it's gone nowhere. I mean, look at this trend. But trust me, next week, I think we're going to get a really big down move. Maybe they want to gap it up a little bit, but this resistance, I would be absolutely shocked if we don't see a big down move. Yeah, on the day trading front, I'm red. I lost about $600 in my SPY puts. But we still pulled profits on the swing trade side, which is always nice to see. You're red on the swing also. MU and Roblox puts. Yeah, those are tough names. Well, next week's always another week. We'll see what the tape has in store for us. We've obviously taken a few new positions, trimmed some, exited some. Yeah, some days is red. You have to be red, right? You can't make money in the stock market without losing. I think there's only been one trading firm that's had a full complete year of trading green, and that was JP Morgan trading desk. So we all know that's probably manipulated heavily, but losses are part of the nature of growing, learning, losing. You have to lose in this market to win. Every time you enter trade, you're risking capital. But I really am interested in China stocks, guys. They're piquing my interest here. I'm looking at maybe more next week. Some, right? At least you're recovering some. So here comes a bit of profit taking. Notice how they're just saving it in the last few minutes. Yeah, it could crater down to 623.60 in a pretty quick succession here. You could easily do that. But I'd be shocked if it dumps really hard. I mean, if they leave it this late, that would be pretty amazing. There's another interesting play that I'm eyeing up here is another China equity. I think there could be a big rotation. Is this XPEV? They're not looking bad. Growing their revenue and profit, gross profit. Not looking too bad. Gross margins are increasing nicely in recent sessions. You're sitting right on the weekly 200 moving average, XPEV. Might take some upside calls in this name. Humana, interesting. I'll take a peek at that in a second. What was the healthcare drop the other day? I'm not too sure. Not too sure. I don't know if there was news or anything, but this is a buy zone for Humana. This is a buy zone. It's aggressive, but it's a buy zone. XLV is still looking constructive, so Humana here is interesting. I actually had a buy zone here, which we've tapped and resting on right now. Let's look at some Humana call options as well. It's not bad. STZ blew up, Constellation Brands, earnings. Oh yeah. Yeah, take a look at that. That's stunning. Right off of that long-term support. Wow. Strong move there. That's obviously going to help Canopy, CGC. What a bounce though on these equities. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I also took an XPEV $20 call, XPEV $22 call, Jan 16th. I like China equities. We've been seeing some accumulation there. But I think China is the next big rotation trade as well. So we'll see if that wants to cooperate. All right, guys, that's a wrap in the session. Apologies about the 0 DTEs. But overall, it was a very solid week for at least my portfolio and a lot of the trades that we issued. We had quite a few winners. We had some losers, granted. But nevertheless, there's still a lot of opportunity in this market. And I do think that there's going to still be a great capital rotation trade to catch. But we will see you all next week. I am doing a live stream tomorrow morning from about 9:30 to 10:30 just to take some questions, touch base on some macro, some individual charts, some sector reviews. So if you're available, tune in. If not, we will see you on the charts next week, guys. Enjoy your long weekend. Don't party too hard there for July 4th, JP.